Ooh, why am I in settings still? Whoop, there we go. We got a microphone. Okay, here we go. No one's watching, so I don't need to talk very much. I need to get my card out real quick, though. I need a card right here for color. Yay, for color. We'll need it up here, too. Yeah, because that's right. We have than one view. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, no one's watching, so I can be silly. And this audio isn't going to be in the final video on YouTube anyway. I mean, it'll be on the live one, but then I'll get deleted, and I'll do the montage, and I'll just have music, a little voiceover. My wife is looking at me like I'm crazy. Crazy. Ooh, I should put on my Santa hat. Even though no one's going to see me. Santa hat. Doo, 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 doo. Huh. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I'm going to need some scissors, and I'm going to need okay. I think that was where I needed to do that. Right? Or, oh no, it's one side or the other. Shoot. Ha! I had that all set. Okay, so there's 4 boxes inside this thing. Oof. I love it because, and I'll show this in a second, because it shows like a wire diagram of the Millennium Falcon. Okay, there we go. Whew. Whew, Nelly. Okay, let's put this back inside here because we don't need these. This will be convenient to put things in later. It's just a beast of a box. Oh God, it's so much lighter with nothing in it. Okay, so these 4 boxes, here's, are they numbered? Which one do I open first? She may not look like much, but she's got it where it counts, kid. And then part of a diagram. Made a lot of special modifications myself. And it's cool because it's like a wire diagram. Well, I guess not really a wire diagram, but it's a diagram of the Lego version, of course. It's the ship that made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. You know, I get the whole concept that parsecs is distance, not time. It's actually an interesting distance. You should look it up. Kind of weird because it's part of an arc. But anyway, I still don't like how they kind of resolved that with the Kessel Run in the Solo movie, but it was still, well, it wasn't the worst. She's the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. So that's kind of cool. Hey, I'm going to adjust the camera down a little bit so that it's more on the build area, and then we're going to check to make sure everything's good camera-wise, and then we'll actually open one of these bad boys up, and oh, that bumped the camera. That was good. And we'll go ahead and open this up. And push doors out of the way. Let's check our top view because I know some things changed. Oh, God. I'll show that in a second, too. So to give you some idea, this is nice. This is one sticker sheet. That's for the display portion of it, right? Not bad. This large of a set, only that few stickers. This is the manual. Urgh. It by itself is heavy. Literally 489 pages till we're done. It's a novel. Literally a novel. Like, it's a foot tall and a foot and a half wide, just for the instruction booklet. So, let's take a look at things. Let's get some stuff opened up here. So does it tell us? I always do like the fact that they have a little bit of information in here. Lego Star Wars started in 1999. So they've been doing Lego sets since 1999. It's cool. We've made many new models for the product line every year since. Lego Star Wars design team consists of 11 model designers and 4 graphics designers. The team is a mix of brand new designers with fresh ideas and experienced Lego Star Wars designers with many models under the belt. This is an ideal team for creating new, innovative Lego Star Wars models, as well as revising and improving previous Lego versions of the classic, iconic Star Wars ships. The focus of our main Lego Star Wars product line is to make cool, fun, and inspiring Lego Star Wars models for children. With LEGO Direct, we have the opportunity to make even bigger, more challenging models with special attention to accuracy and details. So, let's get this camera set up for what we want to see for the build area. Let's get in. We'll go to top down for right now. Oh, that's goofy. Are you able to, I'll test. I
was able to hear you.
Yeah, but I don't know what the top down. I know how to fix that. I can just hide that behind there and that fixes that. Okay, so that should fix that word. Okay, so top down I had no audio. That is now fixed. Okie doke. Anyway. Yes, no, this is very cool. The original concept audios, concept drawings and everything. So 2004 was the first Millennium Falcon that was minifig scale. Oh, here we go. Look at that. A history. 2000, the original Millennium Falcon, much smaller. 2003, a little mini version. 2004, the first minifig scale, although barely. Whew. 2007 was the first UCS version, 5,197 pieces. 2,000 pieces, over 2,000 pieces less than what's on this one. Another MIDI scale one, super tiny. I think, do I have that one? I might have that one. Or no, I think I have that one, the 2014 Microfighters. Yes, I have the Microfighters one. So they did another similar to the 2004. They updated that in 2011. And then updated again in 2015. That was for episode 7. And then they don't have the date for this one. This one was released, what, 2019? 2018, 2019? Some of the minifigs. Princess Leia with different faces, with whether they have their is that the Bacta tank nose breather on? Oxygen, I guess. But either way. Oh, cool. And then they have the same thing again in French. So dual language there, that's nice. And then Spanish, yes, Spanish. So we got English, French, and Spanish. Very cool. So, let's see, does it tell us which box to open first? It does not. But it says we're basically going to be building the frame of it very quickly. Holy cow. Bag 6, we got a significant frame going. Bag like 15 and it really starts to look like it. Bag 17. Okay, so there's only 17 bags. So these bags clearly have a lot of pieces in them. And this is where we're going to start. So I'm going to move this more down out of the frame a little bit more so that we have room to see as much of the model as possible. Ugh. Gotta stop kicking the other camera. And I'll showcase where I can a couple of the bits and pieces. Do top and side for a little bit. We'll see how that looks. There we go. Let's play around with that. See what people think. Hey, let's actually get this thing. Oh, I forgot to take my knife with me. There we go. Yeah, let's see what's in box number 1. Oh yeah, 1 through 19 is only box 1, it looks like. There's 14. There's another part of 1. Oh, there's another part of 1. Those are so many ones here. All right, here's 4, 4, 14, 15, also 14. How are we skipping 1 to 15 that fast? That doesn't make sense. Oh, that means I got to open up the other boxes for sure. 4. This is 1, 4, 15, and 14 only. Geez. 1 is all of these bags. Okay, yeah, so to find even 2, we're going to have to open up. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Okay, this is going to be interesting how we store these. Bag 1 does not count as bag 1 when it's 6 bags. Clearly, we have failed at counting somewhere. And it's weird that we got 1, 4, 14, and 15 in one bag, so that we got to go to get 1 out of the way for right now. Well, there's 5 and 2. There we go. We need some 2s. All right. We might make it to 2 or 4 today, at least. At least. Some 7s. Oh God, those look great. Some special pieces off to the side. Some 5, a 2, 3, and a 3. I'll find the rest of the 3s, then I can, yes, knew there were more 3s. So I can take the 4s, put them over here, put the 5s behind it. 5, 5, that's another 3, holy cow. 5, 5, and 5. And this is going to be part of 7 somewhere. No 6 yet, but there's a 7. It's okay, we can live with that. There's our ones. 15 and 14 are ways away. I put those in a box and pretend we didn't see them yet. We'll figure out the rest when we get to it. Right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So between 2 boxes, we were able to get those ones. Pretty good start. Okay, so bag 1, which consists of more than 1 bag. So that's why we have some handy dandy items. Good gravy. 1 bag here is the equivalent to like an entire set. What's 7? Keep 7 with 7. Put this in green as well. Hide those behind there. A bag of just little Technic pieces. All the same piece, in fact. Apparently we're going to use quite a few connectors, Technic connectors. Specifically, the basic black 1x1 Technic connector. So we're going to use a lot of those apparently. Oh God, let's get a little organization. We don't have to be crazy about this. Otherwise it's going to take us too long. I say let's not be crazy, and I literally am lining these bad boys up. So, several nice specialty, there's a lot of Technic pieces obviously, but a couple of real nice specialty pieces. These angle pieces, man, wish I had those when I was a kid. Look like they really are strong corner pieces. This thing is just going to be ginormous too. Just want to be able to quickly find some pieces when I need them. It's just nice to do this ahead of time if possible. Nothing too spectacular. God, there's a lot of these corner pieces. Like a lot. It's cool, they kind of color coded some of the sizes, like all these 1x6s are the dark blue gray. Is it blue gray? I don't know, dark gray. I don't know why they say dark blue gray. I don't remember seeing any blue in it. You know, and then like these 1x8s are the light gray, the larger 1x8s are also light gray. For these two 1x8s, there's 1x4s that are brown. Two 1x8s that are red. So it makes it easy just by looking at the color to see which piece you need. More of these corner pieces. Well, I did say that they looked strong, and you're going to need strength in something the size of this thing. I know it takes a little bit to do this, but it speeds up the actual build. Good golly. There's got to be 20 plus of these corner pieces. There we go, almost there. I'm not going to have enough room to build the model. I'm going to have to figure out better ways to organize the pieces later. It's just not enough room. This model is going to take up the entire area pretty much. So many of these flat 2x4s. They're not going to lock pieces together at all. Not at all. I don't know why they have so many of those. Sarcasm. I have my sarcasm shirt on today. Can't help it. Look at that. All coming together. I have these little Technic pieces right away. I'm gonna, since we're starting a little bit smaller, I'm gonna see if we can't zoom this in a little bit. Okay. Not gonna really describe the process so much, as I am just going to like start going through it like mad. My wife likes to say, follow the directions. At the same time, I like to look at the pictures and start putting things together. This probably drives her nuts. I can live with that. That being said, this is a pretty complex pretty complex little thing that we're doing here, so little thing. This is going to be a pretty complex model, so yeah, this is gonna be interesting on how well I do with just looking at some pictures versus the wife's very smart, follow the instructions. See? Already I am messing up. There we go. Much better. And we need two special pieces. These are, there we go. Come on, product showcase. Showcase the product. It's like, no, I do not want to look at it. What? Oh, yes, there are other pieces besides the ones you've laid out. Nice flats to just lock all those Technic pieces together. Nice and solid. It's nice. It's not like two of these pieces side by side. It's one, you know, 1x8 and then that piece and a 1x8 and that piece. So. Let's see if we can't get a better angle in on this. Double up on these 1x4s and these 2x6s, and even the 4x4. There we go. And we're going to build basically the same thing again. That's what it looks like. We're going to add an additional blue Technic pin with just a little nub sticking out. Those are the cute ones. Pieces in the way. Now we need similar to blue one, except actually this is a new piece. I haven't seen that piece before. So it's very similar. It sticks out a little bit further than the blue Technic piece that only has tiny nubs. So there's for a comparison. I've not seen those before. So that's a new piece on me, the little beige piece here. So similar, but with slight changes on this one so far. I think that's in the wrong place. There we go, that's in the right place now. That one's facing the wrong direction. There we go. Aha! It rests on top. But before we gotta do that, we have some small things to do. So again, another one of those little tan pieces. Put it in right on that side, and I get a little clampy claw. There's that little guy right there. Not sure why yet, because it's we're deep inside the structure at this point, so kind of curious as to why that needs to be there. There we go. I'm occasionally looking over at chat, so if you do want to post any questions over there, I'll see what I can say. I'll try to keep up. Okay, here we go. Yeah, not sure why this little clampy clamp is going to be there. But, yeah. We'll find out.
I don't know how yet.
So we're going to set that aside a little bit. And we're starting with some new pieces. Imagine everything we're doing right here is going to be towards the structure. Just holding this together, as it were. So I'll be very curious to see how this comes together. That's one of my favorite things with doing this, is just slowly putting everything together and seeing how it like starts to take shape of the final product. So when you first start, you're just like, okay, this doesn't, I don't know where we're going on this particular set I'm doing right now. What does this mean? What is this going to be used for? I imagine everything we're doing right now is just the simple backbone holding it all together. Oh yeah, we're probably going to mirror this, because this is going to be going on one side of this. Already this thing is starting to take up space. Significant amount of space. There we go. And this goes right under there. I'm gonna have to find a new way to do the instructions. We cannot have it taking up as much space as it does. Oh, saying a lot considering it's 400 some odd page, 480 page instruction book. Granted, we didn't start necessarily on page one. Page one had the English and then the French, then the Spanish information about the set. Okay. Just got to be careful each time. That gives us some more space, right? Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so I guess we got to do the other side of that now, because we're going to be taking up more space this way. Oh, wrong place. There we go. definitely, like I said, knolling out the pieces like this where they're kind of, I know where each the different pieces are. It takes a little extra time, but boy, it's kind of handy. Oh yeah, it's different. We're already doing this one slightly different than the other one. Yeah, interesting. It's interesting to see like something that you expect to be mirrored or something that you expect to, well, I mean, just be mirrored. Like just be the same thing you just built, just the opposite side. Because I mean, first of all, we are doing similar to that, so it can't be mirrored. Mirrored would be that way. Oh, because this is going on top. Durr. Probably will mirror it later, but we got to do this side first. And there we go. I'm just gonna flippy flip this so I can see it better. There we go. Just make sure that both my cameras are recording, because what I'm gonna do later is take all of this and put it up on YouTube as montage. Yeah, just like that. There we go. This double-decker, very strong frame we're building, essentially. Oh, that was a mistake. Little Technic connectors just went flying. Where are the kitty cats when I need them? Find all the pieces that fell down. Okay. Just a second. Got to recover all of these pieces. I know a couple of them hit the ground, at least 3, which is a lot better than it could have been. Considering there's about 40 or 50 of them here. That could have been a lot worse. Okay. Another 3 there. Let's carefully move so I do not crush them with the wheels of the chair. Yes, one was right by a wheel. 1, 2, 3 on the floor. Not bad. Might be others that rolled under. If so, I'll have to look for them later. The obvious ones are back. Yeah, back to what we think is going to be a mirrored piece, but it's already showing differences. Because we're going to have these little pins in here. These little blue pins that only have the barest of a stud that sticks out. Versus the Technic pin, standard pin that sticks all the way out. There we go. So, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. They just barely stick out there. So it's like, oh, you know, we're going to build the mirror, but then you start building the mirror and you're like, oh, there's different pieces. Like those 2 pieces right there are going to have a 1x3 smooth tile put on them, it looks like. Or is it a 1x2? No, that's not smooth, first of all. Still finding Technic pins. There it is. So, why? I don't know. Wait, does it go on like that? No, it goes on like that. There we go. Now again, you would think that we're mirroring, right? But we got a completely different thing being set up. Okay. I'm still finding Technic pins. Here we go. I am excited to start building this set. I've had this set now for, I think I've had this set for over a year and haven't built it. I'm just like, oh, I never have time, and you know, and I want to record it, not necessarily even for YouTube or anything like that. I kind of just want to record it just to have like, oh, this was the build process that I went through, and just never sat down to really do it. And then finally, I was like, it's time to sit down and do it. It's time to sit down and actually start building this thing. Okay, let's see if I can turn the page and flip the book over. It's literally weighs like 5 pounds. Doesn't seem like a lot until you realize it's just a book. And a very floppy one at that. Yeah, I just finally decided, let's actually just build this. It's a fun set. And then that just clicks on there. So then we're going to build the top part. So that's cool. Again, it's just so weird. Like the smooth piece here, nothing here. You know, little grabby piece there for whatever reason. Okay, so that was all we had to do on that one, was that little bit. So now we start building the next layer of that, right? So thank you everyone who is, you know, turning me on this holiday day. Hey, you know, I'm not expecting you to stay here till midnight or anything like that. I am sure everybody has their own fantastic thing they're going to be doing tonight. Going to, you know, a nice little party or what have you. You may be just getting ready for that or whatever and turn this on just out of sheer curiosity of why on New Year's Eve is Phoenix deciding to just put this together. I have one word: fun. Doing this for my fun and hopefully a little bit of enjoyment on your side as well. So if you have any questions, just shout them out in chat. I am glancing over there every now and then just to see if you have anything. If you don't, you don't. No biggie. Right now, I'm just kind of speeding through this. Again, it'll frustrate the bejeebus out of my wife because I tend to just look at the picture and see what I need to add. Typically, I'm not looking at like the parts list. Sometimes I am though. That causes me to have to back up every now and then. Okay. Whew. Ha-ha! Not as solid as you thought. I was about to say it's a solid structure and then immediately have that problem. Interestingly enough, though, it kind of looks in its own way a spaceship already. even if it's not the spaceship that I'm expecting quite yet. Oof. 2 more corners. I'm sure we're going to lock some pieces down somewhere. Well, these just go down here. And have these, more of these enigmatic double pins only push through one push. And I'm pushing them into the wrong place with the axle connector on the end of it. Not sure what those are going to be for yet. There you go. Part of locking this back down to more solid structure so it doesn't fall apart when you pick it up are those pieces I'm putting on right now. So that it is stronger now when I pick it up that way. So you have the reoccurring theme. You have these pins that hold the Technic bricks together, but then you have flats that hold it together in a different formation, different way. Here we go. Ooh, 8 of these. There, I did look at the parts list that time. It all depends. I don't have a particular way that I'm doing things. Do whatever makes sense at the time. Okay, that's going to make this even more interesting. To do this 4 times. It's a good time not to get cat fur hooked up. This whole thing is a good time not to get cat fur introduced to this. Just doing 4 of the same object. Which makes that part easy, just nice repetitive. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you just have this nice little difference between the gray ones and the beige one is the beige one has a pin on only one side. So pins out over there, pins in, and there we go, because it's going to lock in. So this one locks in right there. This one locks in right here. So this is like a good example of Lego doing double duty, right? Because you got this brown pin right here. Let me switch up cameras real quick. Or brown pin. You have this brown Technic brick right here. It does connect these two. And on the bottom side, you get this very similar, you know. It does connect. But at the same time, it also provides a spacer that allows you to lock this in right into the right place. There's less guessing. It allows you to lock it in. Come on. Easier if it's flat. There we go. So it allows you to lock it in right to the right place because it butts right up against that. Same with this one. And it's kind of the nice double duty, so got it right up against it. You don't have to guess. Oops, I put that one in backwards. Saw it on video. Let's do that again right way. So you don't have to like count where it goes or anything like that. It just literally across the way just locks in right to where you need it to be. So it's kind of a nice, that's what really brings these Lego designers above just someone building Lego, is that they think of things like that. They think of not only what is going to make it structurally sound, but also what is going to help guide the person following the instructions of building it to where it just is a convenient way of lining things up. Okie doke. I like little things like that. Hey. Oops. Nope. Not onto that one yet. This is a brand new setup. And we lock in. Need the second one over here. There we go. Why is that not looking like that's the right size? This is extending 3 past, only 4 here, total of 5. That's looking like 2, 4, oh. This piece at the bottom is the wrong piece? That's looking wrong for some reason. But I'm not seeing. This is the right piece. Four, 6, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 7. There should be 7 in between here. This piece is not long enough. But I didn't see, don't have one of those. That's the right size. Something's not adding up right. Aha, yes. That's the wrong piece. I did not see, am I missing a bag? $14, and I need 16. I do need a 16. And I don't have anything that is that long. Another reason why I organize this stuff. Yeah, those are all the same size. Ah, is it one of the specialty pieces over here? It is. They have a bag with a number of pieces in it that, that's it. And they don't label as number one. Huh. Guys are killing me. Now, on the flip side, it does indicate that these are supposed to be the same color between those two pieces. Oops, that is not in the right place. That should be here. Overhang of 1 in the back. There we go. There we go. So they didn't put that in bag 1. They just put it in a bag. So it makes it a little bit harder to find it. Okay, there we go. Now we're back on track. More of these studs that normally get pressed in 2 clicks, only being pressed in 1 click. That matches this. So that's gonna, wow, we're gonna click that into 2, 4, 6, 7 pins at the same time. That's always fun. Because then you get it at an angle, and then the rest of the pins don't want to go in very nicely. There we go. There we go. That's solid. So clearly we will need another one of those pieces from the unmarked bag. Building pretty much the same thing, except for kind of mirrored. So it makes it go pretty quick when we've already solved all the problems. We're just going to mirror this around. And again, I like that part that we're not only talking about this being a structural piece that's holding these two pieces together, but using this just to line it up, that you know that brown piece is going to go right on top of that gray flat. So it's like less counting studs and more of just like looking at what lines up to what lines up. Back to just good design by these Lego designers of taking into account structural integrity, structural strength, and ease of putting it together. Because trying to figure it out from the pictures in these books sometimes is interesting. There you go, snapped right in. So we're coming along quite nicely with that. Got another viewer for a second there. Oh. It's just a quick little thing that locks these upper and lower areas together. increases the strength. Finally, we're going to figure out what the little grabby bit's for. We have a specialty piece, little, let's call it aesthetic piece that looks like it's going to be going on. So we have this little guy. Going to be going on to the little nub there. And then we have, where is it? Here's the little aesthetic piece. I think it wouldn't be too hard to find because it looks like it's a longer piece. Welcome to Lego ASMR as I move the pieces around. Literally, I don't see where that piece is. Again, I'm back to, is it something in a special bag or or am I missing a bag one? I do need 4 of these. These are cool looking pieces too. Like a smooth running little axle bit with so 2 Technic pieces around the one side, and then this side's just a smooth axle. Literally do not see this other piece. So I hope everybody has got something interesting planned for New Year's as we go into 2024. Don't forget it's a leap year too. We're going to have 29 days in February this year. I legit cannot find this piece. What the heck? A specific gray piece that is going between these 2 bits right here. Which I would think would be in here because most of my gray pieces are in there. Nope, did not find it. That was just the edge of a piece. It's fairly long too, so you'd think it'd be easy to find. Keep seeing the edge of these 1x4s and thinking that's it. Because that's about the thickness that I'm looking for. Remove those and go through it again. We're not even that far in and we're having a concern about pieces. Not in there for sure. And this doesn't have the right color gray. Except for the one wheel. So that's disappointing unless there's a bag one that I'm missing. Or it's in a bag that I have thrown in the trash. We'll just double check that real quick. I've had that happen before, but I'm usually better at verifying that there's no pieces left in the bags. Let's check. Nothing. Okay, and just look in the bags. It does not help, like I said, that they had bags in different boxes. Oh, that's going to bug me. All right, let's get these pieces where they belong. These are nice. These are similar to that red piece I put in. These are going to lock the two layers together. So we got a little added structural integrity. There we go. Welcome, welcome. I see someone else jumped in. Welcome to me not knowing where one of my pieces is. A very small, thin piece that is going to go here and has not showed up in any of the bags.
Chicken Nugget says, when did you get it?
What?
Chicken Nugget asks, when did you get it?
Oh, yes, I got this. February should not have more days. That is right. Chicken Nugget, I got this set about a year and a half ago now. And I finally decided to build it. Okay, let me take a look really quick in the other two boxes. Let's look at the other bags here, see if there's a #1 bag that got missed. For those that weren't around when I was first doing the unboxing, first of all, there were 6 bags labeled #1. I'm not sure how they got to counting. We have 6 bags that are #1, but that's what happened. And they come in these big old boxes like this. So, and they had bags 1, 14, 15, 2, all in the same box. So they're very weirdly organized. So pardon me while I take a second and just try to double check things, see if we got another bag missing or what's going on here that I have this one piece I cannot find. There's 10s and 17s and 16s in this box. Fortunately, no 1s. Again, odd, and then 8, 10, 17, and 16 in one box. Okay, definitely not in that box. That's good. It does look like a decorative piece, so I think we're kind of safe with that, but nonetheless, I'm going to make the effort and look real quick. Sorry I missed chat a little bit there. Like I said, I've been kind of like looking for this piece, so 13, oh, see, and then I found another special bag. Again, another unnumbered bag with some special pieces in it, just not the one I'm looking for. That's the other reason why I'm opening up the rest of the boxes, try to find that. So this box has 13, 12, 6. $11. Okay, only one other unnumbered bag so far that I saw. And I think it's the unnumbered bags that are messing me up, because that is where we found the longer pieces that we needed. So already twice they've gone to an unnumbered bag. Okay. Nothing unnumbered in there. Lego ASMR. Good gravy. That's the unlabeled bag that we've got the larger pieces out of. And here's the new unlabeled bag that does not have the piece we're looking for. Okay, one moment. Now we'll get back to building even without that piece. Just had to be interesting like that, didn't it? I'm going to do all this, and I'm just going to find the piece later. I know it. Okay, I've triple checked even the bags that I threw away, and this is nowhere to be found. Heck with it. Move on. Too boring to watch going through this, right? Let's get past this. Found it. Oh, why did they put a gray piece in this? Oh my goodness. Found it. That's hilarious. This one piece right here was in this mess. Okay. Well, at least we found one more unmarked bag, so we'll be able to not go nuts finding crazy pieces. Moving on with urgency now. Hey, the steering wheel, I already know where that piece is. Okay, so it says steering wheel goes into, because tell me flip around, so steering wheel is going to go into piece that would go in there. That's these locking pieces. Steering wheel's going to fit there with a nice little blue Technic pins, little tiny ones. There we go. This will be cool. We got this piece, just got two Technic pins in the little area there. You know, I've got a little steering wheel. That's going to be a locking piece. That goes in right here. And of course, we got more of those locking pieces to put in. I'm just gonna, since this is this two-layered, see, here's one of those locking pins right there. It's two layers of this infrastructure, as it were. And these are just locking those two layers together. So now I'm back to actually like glancing at chat every now and then, so you guys can ask me any questions, find out what's going on. Like Chicken Nugget asked, when did I get this? I got this set at least 1.5 years ago. It was when it was first kind of running out of stock, and there was concerns they were going to retire the set. In fact, this was before they raised the price of the set. They had the big, what was it? Almost 1 year ago, where they, during the shipping crisis, they raised the prices of almost all their sets. So this set went up like $100. Then they put it on sale a couple of times since then, and sometimes didn't even bring it back down to where it was before they raised the price. So I lucked out. I got this, I think I got this for the $750 price before they raised it up to $850. I think that's what the prices were. Again, and we grabbed on it real quick because it was the only one that was left in stock at the store. It was back order / sold out online. So you couldn't get it online. And the other part of that was that, like I was saying, there was rumors that they were going to retire the set, because typically the sets, especially like the Star Wars sets and the other big ones like that, are only around for 3 years before they retire. And that had been about that amount of time. So I was like, well, I better get this. And then I just never really found the time to build it. And I was like, let's make the time. Let's get this built. Let's have fun. So it's been sitting here unopened for like a year and a half. And then, of course, they decided not to retire it. Ooh, we're building a whole new thing here. Okay, we went from, oh God, it's so heavy. Ooh. Big thick. So we got that done. And even though we're still on only bag 1, which is 6 bags strong, now we're going to start building this other part here. All on page 63 of 480 pages. So I'm going to see if I can't make chat bigger so I can see it. Why do I not have a zoom? Oh well. So yeah, this looks like a different piece that we're going to build that's going to go on top of this. So I'm going to set this, strong. I'm going to set this off to the side as we start building this new piece. And again, the first thing they do is say use this gray that is 1x16, which is not in bag 1. It is this unmarked bag. Actually, 2 unmarked bags have them, so I just like opened one of them up and started digging them out. So yeah, grab this piece out of the unmarked bag. Let's start building. Let's build with some speed now, since we got distracted by a not missing part. This is probably like, so I grew up with the original series of Star Wars. So this is probably going to be one of my favorite sets. But that's me. What about anyone watching? What is like your favorite set? Or even if you don't know if it's a set, what would be your favorite thing that you would like to see as a Lego set? I have a friend that is very much into the movie Hocus Pocus. And while she herself does not build Lego, I was super excited for her when actually released a Hocus Pocus set. I was quite shocked that they released something on that movie. Not that the movie's bad or anything. It's a fun movie. I was just didn't expect it to be a Lego IP. But they've been doing pretty good about that. I mean, there are not too many like companies in the world that can do both Marvel and DC IP. You know, there's just not too many companies that are doing both at the same time, just because Marvel and DC aren't going to play together nicely, and they're not going to allow someone to make, essentially competing products. But Lego's got they got the you know, the strength in the market to be able to do that. Whoops. Just a second as I add an additional, no, there's a pin there. Okay, cool. Looked like I had missed a pin. And I did not want my significant other to put into the chat that I should be following the instructions. Because she would do that. And she would be right. Even though I'm following the instructions just by looking at the pictures for most of this. There you go. That looks about right. But yeah, definitely Hocus Pocus was one of the sets I wasn't expecting. Having Marvel and DC at the same time is actually, again, like I said, kind of shocking. Oop, got to get one of my special pieces. Unmarked bag. They've done fantastic work with the Star Wars IP. As this instruction booklet actually talks about, they started the Star Wars sets in 1999 and have released new sets every year since. Even if that's like this set, the Millennium Falcon, which this is the second UCS Ultimate Collector Series version of the Millennium Falcon, and what the there's pictures of it. This is like the 7th or 8th Millennium Falcon that they've done. Which makes sense, it's a popular set. And they keep making you know, improvements. But it's just interesting that they're, you know, able to release that many. Reggie. That's in the right place. Just that's not in the right place. Fix that where that pin is. Much better. There we go. Now it fits. Two more of these real strong corner pieces. Yeah, I'm impressed how they are able to keep expanding the different sets that they do over the years, the different IPs. Harry Potter has obviously been very good for them. The fact that they had Friends? They have a Friends set. What's it, the Downtown Perk, I'm spacing on the name of the coffee place. But pretty good variety. Okay, now we need the other grabby bit. Where's the other grabby guy? That grabby guy that was on that piece that I couldn't find. Oh, there's the grabby guy. A couple more in here too. In fact, actually, we've got to do this twice, so. Say that my next favorite set, which is going to be built, well, somewhat sooner than this one, is going to be the Hulkbuster set. The giant Hulkbuster set. Now, obviously, I am not going to finish this today. This is 7,000 pieces, and we're still on bag 1, which consists of 6 bags. But yeah, I'm going to continue. I'm going to build this until about dinner time. I'm going to take a short break, and then I'm going to keep building on up until probably New Year's Eve midnight. Not expecting a whole lot of people to be watching at that point because people are probably going to have their own plans. That's cool. Then I'm going to look at doing this in the upcoming weekends as well. Similar, I'm going to do live like this. And then once it's completely built, I'm going to take this video and just put it to music and kind of like fast forward through it. The best way to watch a build. And then I'll get that published out on YouTube. Let's get that out of the way. Two, 4, 6. There we go. But yeah, eventually I'll just put the whole fast-forwarded, time-lapsed version of this out on YouTube so that more digestible way to watch it. Hey, Dude Flunky, good to see you stopping by. That is awesome. I can't make it bigger. I can. Chats like this, I just see lines from where I'm at. Hey, Dude Flunky, good to see you. Hope you're going to have a fun holiday weekend. Hope you have good plans for tonight that involve more than just watching me. Although I'm going to have fun. I'll tell you, probably one of the funner things I could think of is building a really complex set as I just wait out the hours for New Year's Eve, since I'm not going anywhere today. Nope. That is in the wrong place. This one is in a different place than the last one. There we go. This just goes down this side. Whew, goodness gracious. See, that's why I'm so zoomed out. Like normally I'd be like a little closer here and everything, but this set is huge, gang. Like, yeah, it's 7,000 pieces. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but I mean, this thing is like, it stretches out. It gets physically large. Ruh-roh. Oof. Oh, I see. Okay. That's easy. It's just like, oh, take the long pieces and clip them in place for our second row. And then lock them down with these pieces. Just locking the top and bottom together. Oop. There we go. Flip it around, lock it down again from the other side. Okay, got it. Now I plan on doing some other things too. I mean, maybe not tonight, but I got some more gaming I'm going to be doing. And because I still got tomorrow off. So I'm going to have some fun and play a couple of games. See, again, we got a color change here. Now they could have done this. They could have done this with just one straight color, but they do the color change because they want to let you know to put in the locking pin on the first hole after the color change. So they make it very easy to follow the instructions. Less counting of holes and more of just like, oh, it looks like that. The locking pin goes in there. Good kind of just attention to making things easy. No idea what this piece is for, other than, structural integrity, like backbone. But it's hard to tell at this stage, like, oh, this is going to be used for this. And less of the bright colors that I'm used to. There's a lot of times where I'm like, if you see them using bright colors or colors that are really not used in the model, you're like, that's going to be covered up at some point. Lots of pins on those ones. Each one of these, 2 pins on each side. Clearly to connect to similar piece somewhere. It's going to connect it to the rest of the infrastructure with these. We're building 4 of these. So popping 2 pins on the other side. Either side, I should say. And putting them sideways directly into the upper and lower part of this infrastructure. And again, first thing I see is like, they're like, oh, put these bright yellow pieces here. And I'm like, well, that means that's going to get covered up eventually. So first one goes in there. Second one goes in here. Ooh, I think I missed a locking pin. Gotta go back a page. Did. Locking pin's actually going to help determine where that goes. There we go. Because this will go into the next one after the locking pin. And these are actually going to face the opposite direction on this side. Forgot to put the pins in this one. That was all on a roll. There we go. Ooh. Trying to be real careful with this because the pages are individually thin on this book, but being nearly 500 pages in length, it is, put that aside, it would be very easy with the weight of this thing for the pages to tear. So I assume what we're doing here is making effectively the mirror of what we just built. Probably with some small changes, because that's been the reoccurring theme is we build it and we're like, okay, time to build the mirror, very much like you would on any other Lego set, especially symmetrical sets like aircraft or buses or something like that. But inevitably, what I found on this set is that the mirror is pretty close, but there are small, tiny changes between the two. So you got to really pay attention when you're building it. I guess since we have a couple of more people here, again, This is what the book looks like. Here's a Technic piece on it for scale. It's at least twice the height of a standard Technic piece. Ooh, don't you run away. One jumped out, tried to get away. Actually enjoy building like this too, so I don't mind building on a holiday weekend like this instead of going out and doing something, just because it's just so relaxing. I'm not really thinking about any of the like things that are going on that I'm concerned about. Just kind of disconnect from that for a while. Is that right? It does not seem far enough. Nope, that's the right place. 2 full and a half. So yeah, it's nice just to disconnect the brain a little bit and just follow these instructions all the way through. Until you like miss an important step and then have to back up or kind of lose a piece. But hey, you know, those are minor things. Certainly not the worst that can happen. There we go. That's just easy right there. Bing. And we start putting in our little locking pins. Kind of locking that upper and lower level. Cool. Actually is going to go on here already. Right here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 pins all connecting at the same time. That looks like the main spine of the ship. I don't know about you. But question is this the horizontal spine? Or is this longitude or latitude of the ship? I don't know. We'll find out. That's all we need to do on that page. Okay. If I make it through all 500 pages without ripping a page out, I'm going to be extremely happy. Another one of our big long pieces, because of course we're going to be doing the same thing for right there, I guess. Got to build that piece in. You know, you sit there and it's like Ultimate Collector Series and, you know, big scary number of pieces with over, 7,500 pieces and stuff like that. You would expect that it would be super difficult to put together, but again, a lot of the things that I'm seeing is like, oh, makes sense. These two pieces are put there not only structurally, but a different color and everything so that you can just see where to put the next pieces right next to it. It's a straightforward set to put together so far. That is slightly in the wrong place, right? Yeah. Let's go here. There we go. I overlapped it too much. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be, when we get to a couple of the fancier parts later, that it's going to be a little bit more complex. But I mean, so far, it's a pretty straightforward thing. Which is nice. Makes it more accessible. More people can like do something like this if it is. Now, I say that, but I have heard some interesting things about the AT-AT model. The AT-AT, from my understanding, gets pretty hairy, pretty intense. So I'm very curious about that. I do not have that one, nor do I plan on getting that anytime soon. But that one, my understanding, has some level of complexity to it, especially around those legs, specifically around those legs, where it can be so much so that people were saying that it broke the rules of Lego, where it had pieces that could not be removed, could not be taken back apart once they were put back together. And of course, the designer came out and said, well, yes, you can take them back apart. You have to do this step, and this step. But not having that model and not knowing either way on like the veracity of that, I am kind of curious. Is it actually one of those models that is extremely difficult to pull back apart? Which, should be fairly rare. You shouldn't have those. You're supposed to be able to take it apart and build something else. It's the whole concept of the Lego system. There we go. Holy cow. Okay, there is one giant piece and another giant piece. I would not be surprised if somehow these go together here. It makes sense if these pushed all the way in. I don't know. Well, except you get grabby bits there, so I don't know. But already starting to look like a very interesting concept. Just double checking some stuff, taking a look at it, making sure that it is got everything on it that I'm expecting right now. Locking pieces on the inside all the way across. Those match all the way down. Locking pieces on the outside for this part, matching on both sides. Okay, yeah, looks good. Step 70 of bag 1. And we still got a bunch of pieces left. Oh, that's cool. These are going to lock them side to side. Yeah. like right here, locks those two pieces together. So that on top of these locking the two sides, this like literally locks them together where they now don't pull back apart. That looks incorrect. I'm going to have to back up. That does not look right for some reason. Oh, did they? Oh, they spun it around on me. Is that what happened? No. Yes. They didn't tell me they spun it around. Okay, yes. Now it looks correct. Yes, this is 4 in. Yes, okay. Phew. Okay, here we go. Oh, now we actually, yes, we're hooking them together. So this is now going to hook into the earlier part that we built, which is this. And I was right, kind of how it hooks together in some ways. I just had it backwards. It's going in this way. But again, they're flipping it on me again, right? Yes. So yes. So I was kind of correct. These pins are coming in and they're going to lock together. So this, whew, got to make sure these pins are all the way out so that this can fit in the center here. So this is pretty cool. Here we go. We got pins here. We got platforms here. That's going to go right in the center, and those are going to lay on the platforms. And then except the pins can't go in. Hey, take a look at this. Hey, take a look at this. This seems somewhat right, except these don't go far enough in. They should go in about here, which means something's wrong on this. Ruh-roh. What did I do wrong? That is the correct distance there. That's correct. Why does this look wrong then? Gotta get a little further in where I can see them connecting together properly. There we go. I mean, these all looked like they lined up perfectly. And now it does not seem like it lines up correctly. Three in between. Still doesn't line up that way correctly. So I've got a problem there. That's easy to fix-ish. But that still doesn't explain where we're so far off. So we got let's look at this real quick. Let's do some surgery because I do know there's a pin off, but before we do the surgery, let's figure out everything. Got an overlap of 4 here and 4 here. That is correct. That then ends up with these 2 coming together, which offsets this by 1 as it should. Got an overlap of 2. Yes, that is correct. This lines up directly with this. Has to because it connects to this. So that's correct. These overlap by 3. That is correct. So why is this not lining up right?
Oh, feeding time.
Oh, yep. It's a good time to take a break really quick. I'll be right back. I gotta take care of the kitties. I gotta give them their food. Back. Let's see, does it show the battery on the? Yeah, the battery's starting to get a little low there. Got to plug in plug in my receiver unit or my transmitter for the mic. That's easy. Won't take but a second. Anyway, so it was very funny. You might have saw a cat there for a second because I called the cats for dinner, and the little boy right up top, just like actually right by the camera, is the hammock on the wall that little boy was in. I called him for dinner, and he looked down and saw this. He's like, where do I jump? Apparently, he did a good job. Okay, so size-wise, everything looks correct. Other than the fact that I got a pin in the wrong place down here, which I'm going to fix in a second. Because we got 4, 6, the 14, which stops one before. This is a set, and that's set. So because we only care about here to here. And this has right up to the end. And I know that because there's 6 showing on here. 2, 4, 6, yes. And then that's why I built this centerpiece before I knew about the secret unmarked bags that use these. I'm using the wrong pieces there. Problem solved. So that's interesting. I have to replace these black pieces with these dark gray pieces, which are 2 longer. Which extends the whole thing out 2 more, which is what we're missing. Okay, cool. So there we go. That's not bad. That's like a little bit of surgery to get to there, but not the worst. So yeah, because I can just take these end pieces off, right? Because there's no locking pins. They're locking from this to this. There's just flats there. Okay, so get a pile of our pieces that we take off over here. That's doable. In fact, actually, I can put some of these pieces back on because they do not affect us in the surgery we're doing here. Oh, starting to hear fireworks outside already. So I don't know about anybody else, but around here, okay, so yes, it's gonna be interesting to, we gotta separate the top from the bottom. Anyway, around here, people are allowed to do fireworks until 1 a.m. Oh yeah, that's gonna be some interesting surgery. We've got to separate the top from the bottom, and we can't because we got locking pins in. So yeah, it's actually that comes in handy. There we go. That's an easier way to separate for right now. That solves that problem a lot faster. But yeah, so we've got people get to do fireworks until 1 a.m. around here, and they passed everything so that they can have quite the extensive fireworks. I've shot off a couple of these before, so like the mortar style fireworks are some of the fireworks that can be shot off around here. I don't have a problem with that. I don't even have a problem with them going till 1 a.m. It's New Year's Eve. I'm going to be up. Not everybody celebrates New Year's Eve, though. There is that. Okay. Trying to think of a good way I can get some friction in order to remove these locking pieces. That's the fun, right? Because they are there to lock this together, and I used the wrong pieces there. And it doesn't help that my right hand, I have a damaged thumb right now. I'm trying to kind of get this removal piece under here. I'm trying to wedge this under there while I get a little bit, just the tiniest bit of space. Whew. Scintillating TV. It's okay that people have left, I don't mind. Because that's the easier way to separate this. Talk about trying, like, building a model that can't be undone. This is a slick piece here to be able to try to pull it out. And there are 4 of them that I have to get out. Ooh, is that the way? Is there some purchase there, perhaps? I seem to have, there we go. Haha. Okay, so I found where I can pry those pieces out. And do I get the same on this one? Looks like I'll be able to go in the same way. There we go. Yes. Okay. So then, should be able to separate top and bottom, right? Yes, there we go. Okay, there we go. So what that does, this gives us our 2 separate players here. We're replacing these 2 black pieces on each side with those 2 pieces. And getting the pins in the right place, which I did not have. So I just got to replicate down pretty well. Make sure that, yep, that lines up. Then we got that there. And the red piece is going to attach right there. Right? No. Right there. Yes, that looks correct. There we go. So that means this piece is going to connect in. Just going to go back a couple pages. Now that we know what we're looking for. To make sure that we got it golden and good. So it's going to be on the end piece here, and then 3 holes in for another one. It should be 3 holes down from that. Yes, that all lines up. That goes in there. And then we have the gray piece, which is where we were slightly off. 3 holes in. And that's the top one. So now we just gotta fix the bottom one and we're good to go. Love this Lego removal piece. It's really a lifesaver for stuff like this. Okay, so the bottom one. Oop. We do have this pin for the stuff we removed. Those go back over there. This pin goes into the top piece. Here's our top piece. That's for our little grabby bit. This grabby bit's gonna be right there. Okay. That's easy for the bottom there. Quick replacement. There we go. So it makes that part easy. So then we just need to figure out the overlap with these two pieces, which is going to be that's where it's a little different. These do not go into those places. This actually goes in there, and then 3 down here. Almost. There's 1 off. There we go. And that lines up perfectly. Hit 2, 3, 3, and then we're going to have 2 and 3. There we go. Now they should line up. They do. Okay, let's talk about the pins here for when we hook it into the other part. So we get these brown pieces back on. Bang, bang, bang. We get the 4x4 right there. Bang, bang, bang. This goes on top. Locks in. We'll worry about the extra pieces in a second. Concerned to have an extra of those. Yes. This also goes in the top. It goes right here. So I gotta make sure that that piece is there. Almost missed it. Okay, there we go. So that's good. Then hook these back together here and here. We have just go a couple pages so I can see where we put in the reinforcement pieces again. This, of course, goes in here. A little decorative piece that we thought we lost or didn't have or couldn't find. So we got that. Reinforcement piece goes in right here. It's one of them. And on the other side, we don't have that locked in yet. Let's get that locked in. We have that and that to lock it in. And on the other side, the decorative piece is moving. That goes there, and this one goes down right there. Decorative piece gets fixed. There we go. And the only thing that we don't have back in place, I believe, is this piece, which goes right here. Those there. So that's all good. Yeah. Golden. We have fixed it. We replaced 4 of those. 4 of those. And prevented disaster. Okay, now our wonderful piece here, which has these and these pins, we're going to lock it together like that. Now it is going to fit. So just kind of drop it. Now this is where these center, there we go. There we go. Just drop it down. Those hook on there. And we got pins that go through here, all these. Just 3 pins there that lock in. These pins lock in this way. So that's another 4 that lock, and then 8 pins here for the centerpiece. And now, boom, now you have a solid portion, which I think is half of our infrastructure. This is only half. This is 1/2. There's going to be another half over there just for the circular part. That's not even counting the cockpit, which will be coming off either here or if it's spun, wherever it's going to be over here. But yeah, this looks like about half the infrastructure. Pretty good. Half of our frame, which means the other bits and bobs that we're going to have is going to create the rest of the frame. So, okay, so we're locked in all the places we need to lock in. So that, golden. And everything is working appropriately. So we're going to lock in a little bit more here. We're going to do a couple more things to lock in the bottom. Make sure it's nice and solid. First of which, we're going to use a couple of these to lock in the opposite side, just like we did on top. It's going to lock the front to the back, as it were, because I think this is front and back. Pretty sure that this is like either the front or the back of the Millennium Falcon, frame-wise. So that just locks those 2 sides together, which is really good. And then we've got corners. We're going to lock these together from the bottom. Basically, from here to here, from where it's laying down here on this frame, we're going to put pieces here, and this will come through and lock. And of course, it'll lock the opposite direction too. So we're going to have this piece. We're going to have a locking pin that's going through here. I'm doing this the wrong way. Here. Because we're going to flip it over. This piece should not be pushed through yet. That was too early. Put that down there like that. Lock this way, lock that way. And it's nice and solid. We're going to do the same thing here. This is going to be here. And we're going to have a piece that's going to, this one's going to push all the way through here, and this one is going to push all the way through there. So awesome. So then you just got this really solid frame, which is good. This is going to be a big ship. It needs a solid frame. Very happy about that. All right, very carefully flipped. We're now on page 80. I don't know. Do we actually? Is there actually enough pieces that's going to create the frame on the other side? I think so. I think because we got a lot of these. We got the bigger gray ones still, and we still got a fair amount of corners. Depending on how complex, we've used a lot of corners though. So I'm curious. Very excited to find out if we're going to be doing the other half yet or not in bag one. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we're going to be putting more locking pins in though. That's the other thing. We seem to be running out of locking pins, so curious. So locking pins are going to be right through those corners that we just put on. Ooh, these locking pins don't have a convenient gap like the other ones did to be able to pull them out. These things look like they're going to be devilishly hard to get out. And the locking pins are, we're going to start locking these together. So we got, holy cow. I mean, not so much of the complexity wise, but definitely difficult to like pull back apart. At least these ones, well, you can't use the tool to get them out. You do have the opposite side where you can kind of poke at it, like push the locking pins back out. Whereas that center piece with the, you know, they were going in 2x2 and they were opposite of each other. You couldn't do that. But they made it so that you could kind of pull it out based off of, there's a gap you can kind of get your tool underneath. Whew. Okay. Heck with getting them apart, just getting it in and together right now is being an interesting bear. So this is where I guess it gets a little more complex. I was talking about how it's pretty straightforward so far. These are tight areas to get, ooh, well, that didn't work very well. It just knocked the piece off. Okay, start over, pull the pins out. There we go. Put the bricks in. These bricks locking the front half to the center, or back half, I'm not sure, or left half. It's half of the circle, one way or the other. Come on. There we go. Boom. All that, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, went right in. But yeah, these look like they're like, ooh, this would be devilishly hard to take this model back apart. Not impossible, but boy, you'd really, it's like getting to where the inside part here to be able to push these back out looks difficult, and getting purchased to pull them out, especially in this tight area where they're already fun to get in. Yeah, this is, once this thing goes together, it's there we go. It's gonna be difficult to get back apart. It's solid. Okay, so now I gotta do 2 of those over here. Now these, at least, again, you can't get in there to pop these loose, but at least you have some ability to purchase on the outside. A little bit of grabbing room on the outside, but not a lot. So yeah, they got to go in right into here. I'm putting in right in there. And as much of a bear it is to get these in with the weird angles and everything, I cannot imagine that this is going to be any kind of easy taking this back apart when it's done. Because these locking pins are a pain to get back out. Like, you do not have really much ability to get the tool wedging under from these angles. These other ones, some of them may be a little bit easier, but that's going to be rough. Okay, so we got those, this one in, and this one in. And then we also got to put in some plates, some flat pieces that are going to lock things in place, because we got these here. There we go. And this one going across here. Whew. And now we've got a couple more of those pins to put in somewhere, don't they? Well, should we put them in here eventually? I guess eventually. They want us to do other stuff first. All right. Now we're starting to use these for the first time. These are fun little bricks, because so they got a little indentation on either side where you can attach different types of items there. And again, just helps lock things together. I'm gonna lock that whole part down there. Ooh, careful, that isn't. And ooh, these. So we got there and there. All right, flip it back over. And like I said, we got the locking pins getting on these two sets. We still got to put the locking pins on those. We haven't gotten to that yet for some reason. We'll figure it out. Whew. Got a bunch of these put on. My fingertips are going to be painful after this. Pushing all these Lego bricks together. There we go. So pretty straightforward. Just that piece right on there. Now the interesting piece is, or interesting thing, is that this can go right here, like that. So we've got this whole part with these pins. And instead of being like upright, it's going to be forward like this. Shoot. Get that in there like that. And put in the locking pins. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Alrighty. That's all we needed to do for that step. That was a whole page. That was page 82. That's how you get 400 pages out of this, is like, oh, we're just going to do a quick step. But again, while that is true, we're just putting locking pins in the front here now. We're going to put, while it's true that yes, it's a quick step, it's nice because it makes it pretty easy to put together. So we're going to be putting in locking pins right close to here and then further down on both sides. So right here. It's easy to put them in when you like have purchase, when you're able to like actually move around. It's the tight corners and stuff that is making it kind of fun. I say that and then I can't get one in. Flip it over the other way, so there we go. Oh, keep messing with this decorative piece. There we go. Now we are going to put in those other ones that we hadn't put in yet on the inside. The ones that I'm concerned about, the ones that are going to make this bear to pull back apart. They're right up against the edge too, so they're like, there's like just getting anything in there. You'd almost need like a sharp knife to get underneath the edge and pry them out. Come on. Oop. Knock the brick off again. There we go. And seeing doubly so with these being so close to each other. That's going to be the #1 most difficult part to pull back apart that I've seen so far. Hey, James is great. Sorry I didn't see you say anything. James the Great stopped by, at least for a little bit. I mean, may still be here. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. It's always fun to see friends come by and share some time with Lego. Good gravy, this is a heck of a set. Oop, nope, get the cat for other. Hi, my buddy, come on. You want to come over and try to jump back up to your hammock? Come on. I know all this stuff in the way makes it difficult to jump up to a hammock, doesn't it? Yes, we will move. There you go. That's a good boy. You checking everything out? Yes? Yeah? I don't know how you jump up to your hammock now with the camera up there, but you've made it, so I will trust you. You are an athletic kitty. Ugh. Okay. Now I'm starting to think that, no, bag one is only half. The other half's going to be in bag two. The more I look at this. Okay, I make sure I use the right one. It's got to be these because it's a exact match in color. There we go. Future locking pin. Except this pushes all the way through here. Oh, you gonna jump up? Oh, talented boy. Jumped up to his hammock. Good boy. Didn't mess with the Lego at all. And now we use the other gray by putting that here. And then we need two of these, not locked yet, but ready to lock right there. There we go. I'm gonna move, I don't know what we're building yet, so I'm gonna move this out of the way. Ooh, another dark gray. I'll just pull all these dark grays out since I now know that we're using all of them. Now this, again, unmarked bag, so I didn't know where the pieces were at one point. So maybe, yeah, maybe we're starting the other half now. The other half of the circle. Suspect that's what's going on. Especially since we don't have to build the center anymore. The center axis that the two halves are locking into is built. So don't need as many pieces. Actually pleased with the speed that this is coming together, other than the one or two mistakes that I made. I had to go back a little bit, but that's okay. Stuff happens, right? That doesn't make sense. Oh, yep. See, already recognized I made a mistake, because that can't go all the way through there, so that means this pin has to go here. There we go. And then we get two of these. This is lock in there. That skips one. And this one's 4 down to lock these two pieces together. Ooh, more yellow bricks. Yellow means it's going to be covered up at some time, that's for sure. And that goes right in between those two. Bunch of these guys. 2 of them with black pins, 2 of them with the blue pins. And specifically with the red right in the center. Oops. Because you got to have it sticking out both sides like that. Because it's going to plug in and then something else will plug into it. I just want to make sure that all looks good. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Nice and locked in. And these pieces lock in here and lock in there, and then there's a gray one of these that's going to lock in next to it. Well, one hold down right there. Now these, I mean, functionally they're doing the same thing as these are, functionally. But these look like they would be easier to remove. I mean, look at this. That piece looks like it'd be far easier to remove than this corresponding piece here. Which, I mean, you take a look at that, and then like, let's grab one of these and put 2 pins in it. When you're locking the plates together, functionally, those 2 things would do about the same thing. But the red one looks like it'd be much easier to take out. But hey, who am I? By the way, the SO is off to she is being so kind and getting me some dinner. That also means, though, that once she's back, I will be taking a break to eat said dinner. And then after I eat dinner, I'm going to start streaming again, and we're going to keep going. Okay, ooh. This is an interesting concept. I have to do this to both sides. I've only done it to one side so far, but yeah. So you got this whole piece here. I'm going to do the same thing to this side as well. Clearly going to hold two different sides together. So you got that and this. And then we're going to be able to lock something else into that side later. Speaking of, we're taking this. Way harder to see. Okay. And this piece is going to help. Yeah, it does line up. Boy, it didn't look like it lined up, but it does. Cool. So, I mean, obviously what we're doing here is going to be building the opposite. So we got this already done, and this is going to come in right here. Thank you for sticking around. Really appreciate it. I know that this is, of all days, a day that people are probably going to have some type of thing going on for New Year's. So even if you're just getting ready for that and got me on in the background, I appreciate it. It's just kind of fun to build these and talk about them in general. There we go, that locks right in there. And of course, it's gonna lock into these. That's gonna be our next step, I imagine. Yes, absolutely. So that locks in. God, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 pins that are gonna lock in here. Fortunately, it's just locking in with these. It's gonna be these first, and then these pins will lock in afterwards. So, and then we just need that in a little bit because that'll go in there. But before that, we can go all the way across with this one. Locks two sides together in a different way. And then we got to have 4 of these. They're going to be right here. So then that matches between the two sides. Ooh, that was close. I almost ripped a page. There we go. All right, and we're going to build something else that's going to be attached. It's, again, interesting to just see some of the stuff coming together. A lot of these two flats stacked on each other because those locking pins that are going on horizontally between the Technic bricks on the bottom and the Technic bricks on the top, it's the holes are spaced just right when it's two flats stacked on each other in between the two sets of Technic bricks. Which is kind of a cool thing just to know, because then you're like, oh, if I want to build my own thing and I want to build strength in it into the frame, that's how you can do it. Ooh, garage door's opening. That means my dinner is here, and I'm going to be taking a break here in a moment. Ooh, these longer pieces that we've not used too many of. And here, sure enough, the locking pin. Looks like third one in right here. Definitely running out of pieces for bag one. Slowly but surely, man, these really getting down there. Oof. So this is going to be mirrored too, this whole thing that I'm putting together. And kind of though, no, we got enough pieces. Just looking at some stuff that's left going, okay, how much are we going to be able to actually mirror? Yeah. Oh, like this. Looks a little something like this. There we go. Get it the right way around. There we go. Now this and this are now going to go together. Right here. There we go, like that. And pushing the pins in. There we go. Interesting. So this is like, I mean, just starting to line up. This is definitely the other half, as it were, because we got this whole piece right here, right? And you can see where this is going to lock in here. And it's just going to be this giant thing. So very cool. Oop, I forgot this piece goes here. Now we're going to mirror it somewhat. Just So we're building basically the other side of that now. We've already got the center built, so building the other side that's going to lock in. Just like before. But as we have seen in this model already, it's almost never an exact mirror. It's usually like close, but then with like a couple of, just a couple of changes. So it'll probably be a close mirror, but not an exact mirror. And as I said a moment ago when the garage door opened, my dinner's arrived. So I am shortly here going to take a break. I'm just going to finish this piece, this section, and then I'll be back in, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so. Start going at it again. And this piece is almost done, so that's not too bad. Now we have the interesting side box here again. There we go, and that clicks in. Not there.
Jeez.
Ooh, it does click in there. Yeah. Yeah, that's where the other one was too. Gfor. Gfor about to become a permanent part of this model. There we go. It's looking pretty good. So pretty close to getting that piece put on. Yeah, stretchy man. He's moored right above me in his little hammock. Like right here is right in front of his hammock. And if I just go this way a little bit more, I touch a footy. Yes. So I've got to rotate this around. We are definitely running out of pieces for bag one. James the Great stopped by.
Oh, cool.
Alrighty. These lock this whole thing together. Here, 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 and here. And this now is going to get attached. So we get this larger piece right here. I'm gonna slide in, attach right there. 4 pins go in, and there we go. Which means we now get to attach this piece with the original big piece. So, I got this here. Good gravy. This is why I'm so zoomed out. I can't even fit this whole thing in here. So that goes there. And we're gonna have these locking pins going in right here. Nope, no blockage. Good. I didn't put something in the wrong place. Just having fun locking them in. Man, all the other ones went in very cleanly compared to this. There we go. Top ones are going in very smooth. The bottom ones are causing me a little bit of grief. There we go. There we go. Locked in very nicely. And of course, locking in here as well, both sides. This slightly in the wrong place. Now in the correct place. This is where we go back under. And we're going to put in the corners here that finish locking in what we just put in place. That locks in there. Same with this one. So it makes that real easy. And we got a couple of things we're going to put down here.
Are you going to be from this side?
And we finish what we started with the top. And that locks front to back real good. Interestingly, I don't put one down here yet. At all. Very interesting. Oof. Okay, and real easy, get two of those built. Yeah, let's not stand on the color checker. Let's put the color checker away where you can't get at it. Curious kitty coming in and looking at how things have changed around. So we will put the color checker away. There you go. Now you can continue to be a curious kitty. So we got these, just like the other side, they're gonna go here and here and get locked in. And these going to lock this whole bottom front to back, side to side. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I think these are front and back, not side to side. Gonna make 4 of these, which clearly are to, again, add structural integrity and lock things together. We have to do this right side up, so we're gonna, oops, that needs to go here. We're gonna flip it back over. And this goes right in between here. Hey now, don't chew on that. Silly goose. So that's locking in this new piece that we put here along with the rest of it. These 4, I wonder if those are going to be related to landing gear later, perhaps. Definitely something's going to hook into them later. Almost done with bag 1. Look at that. Oops. Oopsie. Actually goes in a different place. A bunch of pieces just locking other pieces together here as we're getting the last stuff. There we go. That's all of those pieces. And last page, page 104 for bag one. Got a couple of Technic pins left over, which is to be expected. That's almost always the case. Ooh. Hello! Looks like we got a couple of people that just joined in. I'm almost done with bag one. But that also means I'm going to take a quick break because I just got dinner. I'll be gone for about 30 minutes. So I apologize that you just got here and I'm going to go do that. But I do need to eat. Extra pieces. Those are the only extra pieces. Last two locking pins go right here. And I assume, yep, the opposite right over here. There we go. So there you have it. That is the frame so far. Just so big, that's why I zoomed out so far, is because this thing is so huge. Switch over to the side view. This thing is just a massive, massive model already. I'm gonna have to readjust how I have my cameras and everything to be able to show the rest of this building. But a lot of good detail. Not sure what that's gonna be for yet. Everything all locked in, lots of pins locking stuff in everywhere. So it's interesting how that detail is going to come about as well. So pretty cool so far. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I will start bag two in about 30, 40 plus minutes. I might even adjust where the cameras are a little bit, just so that we can get some better view of this. Probably raise this one up so we can get a little bit more of the model. This one, top one, I might zoom in a little bit more so I can show detail in between. So, thank you everyone. I will return. I think what we're going to do, I do not have a page yet for this. Hello, kitty cat.
If you're a content creator or beginner filmmaker in the market for an affordable yet top-notch tripod, you're in for a treat. SmallRig continues to innovate with affordable yet incredible equipment, and the AD01 tripod is no different, pushing well above its weight. Now let's break down why this might just be the best affordable tripod for content creators and beginner filmmakers, as well as some things I think you should consider when looking for your next tripod. Let's go. So generally, tripods aren't the most exciting subject to geek out about, but with the SmallRig,
Well, what a pleasure it is to be here with the legend,
See?
Judge Reinhold.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, it's true.
They start to call you a legend when you're still alive after 50, I think.
So, Judge, we find ourselves here at the Rep. Beautiful location.
Yes, we do.
Here. Yeah, we do. You have a production coming out, and you're the star of the show. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I'm crazy about the play. I saw the original version on Broadway in 1992, and the audience just floated out on endorphins, and it was one of the funniest plays I've ever seen. And when Will Trice, our artistic manager, who is really just bringing this theater to life and regionally beyond the state, we were looking for something just funny. I just wanted to bring something funny, not existential or troubled or,
Right.
you know, and I said, look, I don't particularly want to do something thought-provoking right now. I just want to, you know, because
just entertain.
That's right, I do. I think that's where we're at right now.
Right.
You know, we all just want to get out and laugh.
Is it one of those when you saw it on Broadway, did you think, if I get a chance to play that
Into the Rep.
at the Rep and down
Awesome.
Yeah.
sequels like this, you're just always afraid it's never Cameron, show everybody your acting skills. Go. Cameron, show everybody your acting skills.
Numbers on them for the most part, and I have so much more space. I threw a ton more stuff in here, and I found I'm just utilizing space way more. These containers in particular are easy storage. I get all of my storage containers from Bunnings here. I would just like find one system and stick to it when it comes to storage containers. I have small versions of these, giant versions of these. It is just fantastic, and I try to do the same thing where it's like I'm gonna break down a set and just stick it in here. While doing that though, I do try and categorize it. So like I have a lot of containers that are just specifically for Lego Harry Potter, and it's fantastic. I also have a Christmas one that has a lot of my Christmas ornaments, and it's where I originally kept my Christmas X-Wing until I built it earlier this year. It's also a really good idea to label the outside of the containers, especially if you're not buying clear containers. I mean, I would recommend clear containers just because it's so much easier to see inside and have a good look at what's actually contained and stored inside there. However, you know, you might not want to look at the clutter and things like that. You might want a solid color. I get it. So label the outsides. I personally haven't done that with any of my clear containers. I definitely should have, but that is another tip I would give you. And one of the hesitant parts to breaking down a set is definitely the kind of rebuilding process. So if you are going to break down your sets, I would try and do it in different sections. Like there's a lot of builds that can kind of come apart or have side builds and things like that. Like I would use multiple Ziploc bags, or even if like you have a really large set, just use multiple bags anyway, just to make the building process a little bit less daunting. And also if you have multiple bags, it's way easier to store them because they can kind of just stack and fill in all these little gaps rather than having like one giant bulging Ziploc bag all at once. Otherwise, for your sets that are on display, of course, where possible, try and use acrylic display cases or put things behind glass. And even when I go on vacation or things like that, I often cover up my sets just to kind of avoid dust, and like while my blinds are shut anyway, just protect from UV damage when and where I can. I mean, I love having my windows open, and nothing's really going to be totally safe, but while I'm away, I want to protect that as much as possible. And then lastly is what I consider the most daunting part of a collection, and that is parts / pieces. And there is always such a debate with this one about to I think what's called like the Acro Mills thing that you could get on Amazon in the US. I also know the Container Store has some stuff like that, like just that type of drawer, like a craft drawer or a hardware drawer. I hated using them. I bought them because I would go on like the Lego storage subreddit and everyone would be talking about this type of drawer type, and I just found it awful to store pieces. Like it was not good. I had 2 of them just like piled in my bedroom and I could never find anything. The drawers were too small. It was just atrocious. They would often get stuck. It was just not good. There's definitely a place for them, I do think, but in my collection at the moment, I've just gotten rid of them. If I was ever to get those type of drawers again, I would definitely only use them for small pieces, like nothing bigger than a 1x2 brick I think would go in those. Like if you have a ton of studs or you're like really into dots or like the Lego art sets, I feel like they would be really good for that, but for larger pieces, that is not a good system at all. Now, in terms of what containers to use, I really feel like the next part depends on your space and budget, which is really why those types of drawers are really, really popular. If you have a lot of large pieces, I would say like smaller containers, again, like the divided minifigure containers are a really great option for that. Otherwise, if you have a little bit more space and a little bit more budget, your best friend is the IKEA Alex drawers. Now, for all of my makeup girlies out there, you will know how everyone kind of raved about the Alex drawers when it came to makeup storage and makeup organization. And then part of that too has kind of helped out in the Lego storage section. Unlike makeup storage, typically when it comes to Lego, everyone goes for those wider drawers just because there is way more space going on. The bottom drawers as well that are a little bit taller than the top ones aren't as deep, which makes Lego piece storage so much better. I recently invested in these. I ended up getting 2 of the units and then I put a tabletop on the top. Having that horizontal surface is so helpful, and then it means all of my pieces are at my disposal and they are sorted really nicely. And the way personally I have done it is that I put the smaller pieces at the top and then the larger pieces down the bottom so that it's kind of in some sort of order. Now, the part where those Acro Mills drawers really have a benefit over the Alex drawers is that the Alex drawers, it's literally just like drawers. Like there's no division inside them whatsoever, so you have to go and find little containers to put on the inside, and you can use anything for this. Like if you have a tiny food container lying around, you can shove it in there. But if you're like me, ideally you want to have as many containers as you can, fill up that whole drawer with very, very minimal space. Now personally, what I've got in majority of my drawers are just these like tiny plastic containers, again, that I bought from Bunnings Warehouse. However, I did find some better ones on Amazon that are made of a thinner plastic, so they fit way more snug inside the drawer, and you can actually have like one fitting all the way across the drawer. It just fits perfectly. It is incredible. If I ever need to get more of these tiny containers, I'm gonna be buying these ones because they were cheaper. They came in a bulk pack and they just fit way better. I did have to individually stick all of the little feet on, which was a little bit of a pain, but other than that, they are fantastic. For the bottoms of the Alex drawers though, something that I personally got is these like kitchen containers from Kmart. These are perfect. I don't know where you could find an equivalent for these if you're not in Australia, but if you are in Australia, they are fantastic. I use the size small for the most part and then just like get different widths, but they can fit perfectly like lengthwise, widthwise. It is fantastic.
This video is sponsored by my partner Geology. There's a new kind of fake gamer on the rise, and I, for one, am sick of it. You mean to tell me we're just letting these people walk the streets, pretending that they play video games, having opinions on video games, and they don't even like video games? Not on my watch. I'm not having it. Genuinely though, this is a thing, and I do think these people are kind of causing problems, and that I have also contributed to those problems, and it only occurred to me recently. And so I wanted to make this video, which I'm sure is going to upset some people, but here we are. There is a recent and growing culture of people who just hate video games being very involved in video game communities. I see it in my comment sections all the time, and I'm always a little confused by it. Anytime that I've mentioned in any video the amount of good games that came out in 2023, there's always this response of people being like, actually, old games shit. Look at all the bad games that came out this year. The day before, I always have to look it up because I forget the name of the game. Skull Island, Rise of Kong, Golem, all these terrible video games. All games is shit. They all have battle passes and microtransactions, and they're all garbage. Which to me just directly translates to, you don't play many video games. If you think that all games have those problems, or that all games suck, you're kind of firsthand admitting that you don't like video games, right? That's what you're telling me. So that's my first thesis here. If you're the kind of person who says, oh, all video games are shit, you're not playing the right video games. There are a lot of really great video games that have come out this year. There are literally more than I would have time to play. You would have trouble while also having a life, even finishing the amount of games that were very, very, very good, that were not predatory and did not have predatory practices that came out in 2023. If you tell me all video games are shit these days, I suspect that you only play really specific kinds of AAA games, really